Welcome everybody. We're going to continue this painting from the other day. Actually, let me get a drink ready. I want to have a Gatorade on the side here. I would like to have a Gatorade and a water ready. So Gatorade, an unofficial drink of this artist, and cans of water. Do you know they make cans of water? I just started discovering these cans like in the past year or two. But cans of water, I can't imagine. I guess this is much better, more recyclable than a bottle. It says that it's recyclable forever, and it makes me wonder what happens to the paint on aluminum cans. What happens to the paint if they can just like melt it, or do they have to do something to strip the paint so that it doesn't interfere with the metal? But anyway, here we are. Happy Sunday. It is Sunday afternoon, and for whatever reason, this seems to be a controversial painting. I've had these funny comments these past couple days, or these funny questions from various viewers, like, is that a bunch of dudes making out? Is that a bunch of dudes banging? And my only answer to that is, if you're purchasing a painting and you let it sit in your home, it really doesn't matter what it actually means. It really just matters like what it means to you, what it makes you feel. Does it calm you down? Does it relax you? Does it turn you on? Does it help calm your mind? What does it do? And the more and more I do artwork, the more and more I find that means something different for everybody. So, is this painting about dudes banging and making out? To me, no. Just to answer that question. But, by the way, I know it's a little off topic right now. The topic of this is supposed to be what happens when AI takes over. But I wanted to start off today with an intro to this painting of what it is. And basically these are lots of statues. And I'm collaging these statues by painting them into this like collage-like painting. And if you're familiar with some of the other paintings I do, which reminds me, I have a painting in my car. So I'll be right back in like 3 minutes that I have to get out of it. So I'll be right back in just a moment. And here we go. So this is a painting I just had in an exhibit just now. So I'm doing this style, except, different kinds of colors, different color choices, but just a mesh collage of a bunch of figures and stuff. But except this one, it's gonna look a little different. But this one can actually probably hang up soon. Let me see. it's already wired and ready to go. Might as well put it up somewhere. I'm not going to be using air conditioning for a while, so I'm going to stick this right here. And 11, let's see, how many eyes is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know. That's a very symbolic looking name. Picasso 2. There's a lot of people that are Picasso 2.0s, I think. And I wouldn't really consider this very Picasso-esque. Someone was to say, hey, that's very Picasso, which is what you're saying. I'd be like, oh, yeah, thank you. But in my head, I'm going, not very much so. But thank you. I guess that's a compliment. I should just say thanks for the compliments. But the thing about my live streams is I tend to just speak what's on my mind with no filter. Some filters, there's always some filters, because I know I'm like, broadcasting to the universe. But for the most part, if it's like not a hurtful statement, I try to stay pretty stream of consciousness for these live streams. Both as a way to share my thoughts and my process, but also as a way to communicate and keep the live stream interesting. And here's what I got to do right now. Grab a couple of brushes here, right? Because we need brushes to paint. I'm gonna grab a couple of these brushes that I've already been using for this piece. And yeah, all right. So we got the 3 main brushes that we need. And actually maybe one more. Let me just grab one more. just to have. And what do I really need to do with this piece? I need to improve upon some areas. So some areas I need to improve upon. And let's go like this. We're going to take the yellow, and we're actually going to use yellow to highlight some of these areas here. And we're just going to add bits of highlight around. Use yellow to highlight. Just to add little bits of highlight, little bits of like these specks of light. Just the contrast around what's on the outside. And what's up, the Boussior fam? Welcome back, Boussior. It's been a while, huh? How are you? What's going on with the Boussior fam? How are they doing? How's the rest of the Boussior fam? Hope you're all doing fantastic. And here we go. We're going to add into here. And just know that this is a part that was ripped off of a statue. So there's nothing being shown here that is totally inappropriate. This is all artistic. This is all for artistic purposes. If you go into any museum, you're likely to see statues just like these. And with that said, here we go. So we're going to go into this painting here and come around. And just use this like really thin brush to create just some of these little highlights. Wow, that is good. Thank you. Thank you for enjoying this painting. Really appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to enjoy this. It's different for sure. And let's see, I need to do a better job of creating this separation right here. So I'm going to separate these two parts. And this needs to go right into this. I'm going to use white. Maybe I'll throw in a little bit of this green here. Just a bit of green. And that'll gray it out just a little bit. And let's see, we're going to add a nice little, just a little bit right there. Try to make this shadow much less defined to make it look more like a muscle. Less of a hard muscle. What I need now is I need to separate this area. Let's give some highlights. Let's see, where did I want this chest to come up? Probably like right around here. So we're gonna go like this and carve out this chest area right here. And let's see, where do we go? Where do we go from here? Let's keep going. Right now, just using a tiny brush, really tiny brush to... Oh yeah, there's a cat right here. Oh, where'd he go? Were you looking at the cat in the background? We've got 4, 5. We have 5 pets, right, Pookie? There's 5 of y'all. So we got 4 cats and a parakeet. 2 of the kittens... 2 of them are kittens that we're fostering right now. So if you're in the Los Angeles area and you're considering adopting an animal, uh-oh. So this highlight, I'm not really liking that highlight. But you know what? Maybe, what can we do with this? What can we do with this interesting little area right here? Let's turn this into something. Let's make it make sense. I want to add bits of these colors to just separate, create some separation. So that's what we're going to do. So this brush isn't really what you should use for use for blending and things, but I'm using that just because. And let's see, how do we navigate this area here? I'm going to go around like that. Let's add a little bit of muscle onto the top of this right here. Add some more muscles right here. And then even more muscle as we go down into here. You know what? I don't really like where that's at. So eventually I'm going to take a bigger brush, and just better define it. I thought I could try to make it look, like make it work, but I don't really like it. Sometimes I do things and I'm like, oh, this could be interesting. This could create something interesting. But I think with the whole entire painting being, you know, each figure is more of a monotone, monocolor, monochromatic. I'm going to stick with that theme. I'm not going to break it now. So let's take a lighter pink. Let's blend this in. So yeah, we've got, am I looking at a picture? Yes, I'm looking at a reference, but I'm making the colors up on my own as I go. So here we go. It is a grayscale color or picture. So this is a picture I'm using. It comes from the Charles Berg, the Ultimate Berg Drawing Collection. So this is based on studies. So back in like the 1850s, a teacher came up with this book. and it has all these figures that you're actually supposed to learn how to draw. You're supposed to draw these, but instead I chose to paint them. I chose to do studies of them by painting rather than drawing. So that's just a thing that I use to differentiate what I'm doing. All right, so what we're going into here, I like where this is at. Let's see. Let's go into here. Let's blend this down a bit better. And then we're going to go and make a nice little streak right there. Oh, yeah, that looks a little better. Just that bit of a change right there was very helpful. And I want to lighten this just a little bit, so I'm going to use this to blend in and basically blend around this. And just by doing that, you can start to see it give a bit more of a realistic look. And all I did was blend in some of a lighter shade on top of this darker shade. There we go. Still keeping some of the expressiveness by not making it overly correct, for lack of a better term. Correct as in, exactly like the way it's supposed, the exact shade and color, but just keeping it more loose and giving it a look. So we've got the shadow. I like how this body disappears here, but I'm not quite fond of how it you know what? I guess I could keep that. I think what I want to do is I want to use a darker shade there. So let me see, where else would need some work right here? I think right in here still needs some work. So I'm going to add this. Let me just make it a little darker. A darker shade of this here. I'm just going to go right into here just to create this separation of the body part here. And this calf is going to need just a little bit of a shadow. What am I saying? That's not the calf. This is the thigh. The upper part of this thigh here. Just gonna add a little bit of a line, just a subtle little separation here. And what else are we to do here? So I need to do something into here. So whatever that is, let me figure this out. I'm gonna go with the warm shadow. And you know what? Let's see if I have any more black left. Oh, I do need to add black because actually, no, let's go with purple. I have blue here. So let me grab this blue. I'm gonna mix in our red. So we're gonna get like a purple. Let's see how this transforms our image right here. You never know unless you try. All I know is I want a dark shadow here. So we're using like a blue and red. It's gonna go into here. That's good. That helps to define some of the edges a little better. I'm gonna go continue on right into here like so. There's a lot of shadows, so let's go ahead and just fill this space in right there. And now what do we have? Let's see. We're gonna go keep this going up, up. Now, the only problem with this, now that I'm thinking of it, the only problem with using this color right now is that this shadow is so dark compared to all the other shadows that now I have to decide, like, hey, do I want to go back and redefine all of our shadows, or is it okay with just leaving whatever this is and just allowing this to just be its own thing? So that's the dilemma I pretty much have right now. But the really dark shadows are helping to create some separation. So I do think I'm going to take this and I'm going to go back in on some of these areas and just repaint it just to create a separation between the body and the just to create the separation between the body let's see, where else can these shadows go? Since we have this color already, let's go into here. We're gonna go add some shadow into this armpit a little deeper, to this armpit area. And that's just gonna help to create a bit more volume. And let's go like this. I'm gonna add another deeper shadow right into here. Where was it? I just said right into here, but I totally forgot where it was. Okay, here we go. Let's see. All right there. This brush is really testing my hand ability, because this brush is it's very rough. There's all these little pieces that come off of it. Do I have clay? Because you're doing clay. Hey, dude or dudette, or whoever. That's amazing that you do clay. Amazing. Keep at it. Keep doing clay. That is amazing that you're doing clay. So I don't do clay. I have not done clay. But if that is what you like to do, that's amazing. And I do hope that you will share some of your clay projects one day, or talk about it. What kind of clay projects are you working on right now? What are you working on right now as far as clay projects go? So here we go. This shadow is much darker than the others, so I need to find a way to like blend this all together and like soften this a bit. There we go. It's a little too distinct. Yeah, it's a little too distinct, but that's okay. Let's go like this. And right under here. And then this part needs a and I want to define some of this shadow a bit right around the edge of this. And I think one thing that's important to notice is just like how this comes together, and it's all just very just subtle swirls and curves. And I think now's a good time to clean this brush. Maybe add a little bit of shadow again right here. Add some more of this color. Clean this up. Clean off this brush. Don't keep working on it. But here we go. So now what I want to do, go back with some of this red here. And let's figure out how we're going to darken this space. And we need to figure out, I'm going to lighten this shadow a little bit. It's a little too harsh. Shadow's just a little harsh there. We're going to leave it and then come around like so. Let's create some more subtle shadows. And I think if we keep working it, yeah, we've worked it quite a lot. I think we're doing pretty well with this, and let's see what's next. I don't want to do too much more. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our gold yellow, our orange yellow here. We're going to go back into this section. We're going to make sure that we paint these sheets. And then we're going to darken it a little bit with our brown. And we're going to add in some shapes into here. And give that a look. And let's see how we can make this look a little bit more fabric-y. I don't need to, do too much. I don't plan on doing too much as far as how this fabric needs to look. Maybe I'll add some smaller lines here. So I'm gonna grab this brush. This is a round brush. You can never have enough little round brushes. I mean, of course, unless you're aiming for like a very big painting style and you don't need thin brushes, but I think in general thin brushes can come in very handy. So this is just giving our figure a bit of extra dimension here. And here we go. Let's go boom, boom, boom. And using this to just create some folds, some subtle folds. What's up, Michael Wilbur? Time to work another part of the canvas. The rib looks fine. If not, let me know. Buys it, says the rib is wrong. All right, because Michael Wilbur's gonna crack some jokes to hurt people's ribs, right? Is that what you'll do? Just kidding. Mike Wilbur is a person of peace. A person of peace, of course. All right, so here we go. Yeah, I think the ribs look good now. Definitely last night I was not exactly happy with them, but today I'm okay. I have, after seeing them again, I'm like, they're not so bad. They actually look pretty decent. So I'm not too worried about the ribs right now. But definitely at another time, earlier yesterday. They were definitely causing me concern. But here we go. I'm going to let this fabric just disappear as fabric, not spend too much more time on fabric. It's not really my thing. But I at least want to capture some of the creases here. Some of the more subtle creases. Especially as they go up into here. And you know what? I think adding those like final really deep shadows really help to contribute to the look of this. So we're going to call this one finished for now. And let's go on to another. Michael Wilbur is no body. He is that what you're saying? You're no body, as in you're not a body? No body, no thing? I have a meditation that literally teaches you, the whole idea behind the meditation is to become no body, no thing. No one, in no place, in no time. It's the Joe Dispenza meditation. If anyone's familiar with Joe Dispenza. I'm trying to get my book set up here. Here we go. All right, that works. You know what? I think I want to go in here just a little bit. I want to darken that shadow just a hint. Just a hint. It's bothering me. Because I'm seeing it and it just looks like there's this weird highlight right here. And it's very distracting. So I want to just blend this in just a little bit. And it's a little unusual. Maybe add some more red. Let's go with red on this. All right, that's a little better. That softened that shadow. And now, Edits has returned. Hey, everybody, let's celebrate the return of Edits. The future soccer star, future professional Major League Soccer star playing for Team USA. I'm guessing you're going to play for Team USA, right? Solid black. Dude, Michael Wilbur, you read my mind. That's what I was actually going to do today, was do black. So thanks for reminding me, because I was just thinking, what color should I do? Even though earlier I had said that I wanted to do one of these bodies in just black. So thank you for the reminder. I think our minds are thinking in a similar wave vibration length. And I only hope that my thought vibrations help to raise your thought vibrations, and etc., etc. So let's see. Let's find a black that I've already used. This one looks like it's been used. This one is green. We'll go there. I have a lot of black. Let's just use. I have a giant tube of black, everybody. A giant tube of ivory black, ready to go. Oh, and I have to remember, I have to use up whatever paint I have in here. I need to finish up in the next 2 days. Because I'm going to be leaving for vacation. I'm not going to have my paint sets. So I don't want it all to dry, so which means I have to make a painting with a lot of black. I don't think this painting is going to use up all the black that I just put down. This is such a weird section of the painting. It's very distracting because it's like, what the heck is going on with this part? His return, can't really play anywhere else. Maybe Haiti. You can play, dude. Haiti. Haiti could be a great place. Haiti could be a great country to play for. But I have heard of players becoming so good that they like just get picked by these random countries. So long as you go to the right camps and everything. Hold on, I have to take a picture of our kittens. They're so cute right now. Scout. Cookie. Scout. Hey, look at me. Alright. So back to painting. I'm gonna do one in black. Probably not. You don't think Haiti would be a good country to play for? You wouldn't want to play for Haiti? But the thing is, if you play for Haiti, you're probably not going to be, if you're playing soccer for a country, you're probably not going to be, in an area that has a lot of gangs. Based on what you're saying, I'm guessing you're saying you don't want to play there because of a lot of gangs. Is that what you're? That's what I assumed you were saying. So on one hand, if that were true, I'm sure that if you're playing Major League Soccer for a country, you're probably not living with gangs. And then I think when it comes to gangs in any country, as long as you're not like messing with them, as long as you're not involved in their business, I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. But then again, I don't know anything about the gangs in Haiti, so I could be totally wrong there. Maybe gangs in Haiti are much scarier than gangs in, I don't know, America or what I hear about in other countries. So who knows? But I figure for the most part, as long as you're not getting into gang-related business, you'll probably be fine. But good that you're thinking about that stuff. Good that you're thinking about that stuff, making plans for your future, figuring out, what you want to play, where you want to play, and what's the best move for you. So here we go. We're going to get started here. So I'm going to attempt to free arm this. I was about to grab my ruler so that I could do this sketch. So I could do this sketch like this. Usually what people do is what the certain painters will do is they have this huge wall, and against this wall they have like this, they do their painting, and at the same time they have this big stick with a soft like ball at the end, and they put the stick against the wall so that they can rest their arm, and it's usually like a really hard wood stick. But I don't have a huge wall. I mean, I do have that wall I could probably paint on, but I don't mind doing this right now. And I like the idea. Let me just go my freehand. There's this amazing artist, by the way. I don't know his name. I want to say like Hartunian or something, or Artunian. But he's this guy. He's an older guy. And I don't know. I never asked him to verify this, but he has like this thing with his hand where it shakes a lot. and I don't think he can, like, you know, do very good line work, fortunately, because he does some absolutely amazing, incredible, impressionistic pieces. So like his hands are like perfect for just allowing yourself to like be free enough to like just paint these really bright, colorful, epic scenes, and that's the artwork he does. And I love that as an artist. You know, and I watched a couple of his videos. His hands are like shaking, and I just love the idea that he's able to like find this way to make that into a strength. He's worth interviewing. I've never messaged him. I should probably message him one day. I don't know, but but I'm also not positive if he has something with his hands or whether just in his videos that's like how he likes to work. You know, like he likes to sketch it out, and that's just how his brain works, or whether that's just like a thing he does. I don't know for sure. You never know. Like I have this friend. Oh, maybe. I don't know. He doesn't identify in that way. Like if I go on his page, he doesn't say I have this or that. So I'm not sure. But also I have this friend who when he was amazing at Guitar Hero, and anytime he would play Guitar Hero, I don't know if anyone knows what Guitar Hero is, but it was a game from like the 2000s where you would get this little guitar and you could there's like four buttons that you would press, and then you like strum the other side, and then as you press the buttons as like the it shows on your screen. He was an amazing Guitar Hero, but if he was playing Guitar Hero, you would see him strumming, and then you would see his mouth moving like, and I think the music was like just in his head, so it made his like jaw move. But anyway, all right, here we go. We're gonna start with I want the deep shadows on the right side. So I'm gonna aim to fill this space right here. I feel like I allow the legs to disappear so much. All right, let's just go right here. Uh, right here. It's gonna, if it merges into the heads, it merges into the heads. If not, cool. Do I really want that? How do I want to do this? I think the black would go good up here though, if it kind of merges into the yellow. So I don't want to just lay it down willy-nilly. All right, so we're gonna start with the shoulder. Actually, we're gonna start with the shoulder. Neck's gonna come down right here. Actually, you know what? No, I don't want it to disappear. How can I do this? Let's do a flip. How should I flip this? Let's flip it the other way. Yeah, I need to flip this. That will solve all of my problems. Flipping the painting, flipping the canvas. All of my problems have been solved. Okay. So how do we do this? How do I reverse this idea? Okay, so this is great. This is great. This is perfect. We're going to go into here. Nope. Not perfect yet. Spoke too soon. Almost there. Let's figure out right here. I think right here is good. Let's just do it. Bam. Right there. First line down. Oh, and I actually have like a good thin brush right now to sketch with, which I don't always. And then we're going to bring this down a bit right there at an angle. And here we go. So boom, right into the neck right there. Come around almost to there. And let's get the shoulder. You know what I think would be funny? So say you're like a very funny artist and you have like a really good sense of humor and uh you know, like, and you don't take your art very seriously and you're doing a live show. I think this would be a funny experience. And you're doing like a live show and you're like painting or drawing something and someone cracks a joke or like people are talking and then someone in the audience who takes your art very seriously is like, shh, the artist is at work. You know, like I think that would be a funny experience to be that artist and you having to like, I think it would be funny, like you just having to like hold in that laugh because deep down, you know, like, you know, you're not too serious, but you do find it funny that there's somebody who's so serious in the audience that is like won't even allow other people to talk while you're working. I think that would be a humorous event. Anybody else? I don't know. I fantasize about these things of what it would be like to do this or that activity as an artist. These are my fantasies, people. So anyway, this neck is going to come down here. We're going to have this neck coming down right around here. Does anybody else have these creative fantasies of like, you know, what it would be like to these situations came up? I'm sure you all do. Who wants to win an Academy Award here? I'm sure somebody here has the desire to win an Academy Award. I know Edits wants to become a great soccer star. This length should be about the same as that one. So we're going to elongate this just a little bit. Just keep taking this black. You built your own easel, dude. On a swivel? That sounds like an invention there. You got to share that with the world, man. Cartoonist all the time. What do you mean cartoonist? I know I think you were trying to add to what I was saying, but I'm curious how you perceive a cartoonist as that. Why you feel a cartoonist represents what I was saying. I mean, I can kind of guess, right? But about the same width as the head, so there. All right, and here we go. And this should end way past there. So I feel like this piece is coming a little too quickly. So maybe this needs to come around a bit more. Yeah, this should be like right under the shoulder. So right there. And then okay. So here we go. So glad I'm using this. So Michael Wilbur. You know, I was about to ask you a question, but I think it's better if you don't share it. I was gonna ask you what are those dreams? What are those dreams that you aim for? But I think it's better if most people keep their dreams, and not locked up, but like not just broadcasting them to the world for the most of the time, because it's good to work and work on your dreams in quiet, because once you start to reveal it, I truly believe that there are some people who have energies that will try to prevent it. Not all the time. Most people are too busy nowadays, but at the same time, there are some people who are not busy enough, and those definitely something to be cautious of. So here we go. Do the nipple right under here. So all start to make sense in a little bit. Just sketching out some of the shadows right here. Be able to go to places and have people not banging on your van while out painting. Enjoy painting in public landscapes. Yeah, that's awesome. Have you had people bang on your van? Do you mean like if you were a very successful artist that you just wouldn't want people to like bother you in public? All right, so we've got this torso. We're gonna go. Let's draw this right under the pectorals. This needs to go up at an angle. Just gotta remember that. Should go like right under there-ish. Let's go like this. 1, 2, 3, bam. Gosh, I find it so funny doing a drawing like this, and it looks absolutely absurd. Like, what the heck is this? I have no clue. And then somehow, eventually, the magic works itself. The art, the 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 act of painting just somehow makes it all work out, and it becomes something that you can be proud of. So I'm looking at this right now. I'm like, what the heck is this? What is this monstrosity? This is the beginnings of a South Park monster. A monster that only South Park could like. When I say that, I mean, like, there's some really bad drawings, but I think there's something for everybody. And as far as drawings of South Park is concerned, one of the first projects I ever did in digital art was to come up with a monster, and that monster was so ugly and bad. It looked like a pair of testicles on a tree. It looked like a grotesque tree with testicle tree. But I will say that it looked like it could be a horror monster in a South Park movie. And that's why I say that. I don't know if even South Park would accept a monster like that, but maybe I'm not giving them their due respect. But yeah, I painted a horrific, ugly testicle tree monster. And that was when I knew I did not have a career in animation. This body is curved way too much, I think. This is into here. And that's a little too far. Let's bring this back down a little bit. And we need to bring this under. I'm going to bring this up right here. I'm going to bring this down over here. I'm going to bring this down over here. And let's see, so right under, this piece is too far, of course. That's okay. We're going to come right up to here and go like that. And you get a leg right here. That goes right up to part of the neck. And then let's go past the arm, right to the top of the arm here. And then once we get past the top of the shoulder, we got a long ways to go. So we're gonna go. Actually, you know what? Not a long ways. We're gonna go past it just a little bit. And it's gonna start to curve down, like right there. Difference is my digital art trained my eye. You see it, most won't, especially when you're. You can see the picture before you have it already painted. It will change as I paint. Yes, that's right. Yeah, exactly. This is a great book, by the way. I haven't gotten it, but it's like how it's created or something. And basically it's the sketchbooks of a bunch of like well-known artists, but not just like painters and things, but like architects, interior designers, fashion people. And what's really cool about the book is that you can see their sketchbooks, and their sketchbooks are like just scribbles sometimes, literally just like total just round scribbles, and you would never be able to figure it out. And then they show you exactly what how that napkin art turned into like this building. So these are like very well-known artists. I forget the name of the book. I'll probably get it one day because it is interesting to me. But I haven't gotten it yet. I also think that maybe because I'm freehanding this, that I might be having some struggles too. So that curve actually needs to go around the shoulder area, so. All right, we'll have a lot of work to do here. That's okay, we'll figure it out. This is gonna come down. I see that this was elongated too much, so we're gonna come around and bam. Right there, should end right there. And let's get this other part of the leg right here. So that's gonna come there. Oh yeah, we have a little triangle right here just to represent a space, and then we're gonna come, bam. And I think it's gonna come right down to the knee starts right over here. So wherever that is, that's where the knee is gonna start. So boom. We'll draw knee, wham. Here we go. This is way too long, so I have to tighten this up a bit. See, this is why painting in this collage style makes it really difficult, is because I have to imagine I have to basically imagine this entire part. Like if I'm drawing, you can, and this is where drawing skills comes in handy and visualization. But if I'm drawing, I can still sketch through this. I can like sketch the body through, meaning I can draw into this part right here. But I can't, I could, but I'm not going to on this painting because I've already painted it. So this is really where the challenge of this specific painting that I'm doing comes. It's not like overly difficult. It's just that there's this extra element of things that I have to consider. Oh, here's why I messed up. I really wanted to show this back shadow on the back because it really creates a dramatic effect. Oh, now I'm mad at myself for not planning this out better. But it's okay. You live and you learn. Next time, do it better. I could still add that piece in. Let's see how big we want this thigh here. The thigh is going to come past the shoulder here. It's going to go up a little bit. It's going to come around. where it's going to need to come down. Okay. And it's going to come up right above. So we're going to come down like this. And that's just going to disappear into this body here. And somehow curve into there. Okay. So here we go. This leg will be very big as well. This will be big enough that I can curve it. It's basically just going to disappear into the knee proportions. And then there's a rock right here, a stone, because this is carved, literally figures carved out of stone, out of rock. All right, and Wilbur says paint over the area. People paint with their eyes all day long, and then you hear them, I can't paint. Yeah, so definitely painting with eyes. If you're suggesting what I'm thinking you're suggesting, the idea that if you paint with just your eyes, I don't know, you're not really doing your creative expression. Is that what the what you're suggesting here, or am I not capturing your point? All right. Well, here we are, and at this point, I want to sketch in some of our shadow spaces. So right above the leg, we're going to have a shadow right here, just so I can basically make my own little like painting book, not a coloring book, but a painting book. And I'm just designing, you know, in the spaces to where I'm going to create shadows. And this will just be black. You know what? I'm going to do black and blue. A black and light blue. Maybe I'll do white. I don't know yet. I have not made the decision on whether I'm going to do black and blue or black and white. I think black and white would look cool, but I also want to consider black and white, black and blue. Something different. I don't like to just, you know, do things as you might expect or whatever. So we shall see. Does this leg feels really long because it is, but it's okay. We'll make it work. Just blocking in some of the color spaces, the shadow areas. And let's see, we're gonna go around like this. And we're gonna have a little bit of a shadow separation along this. There's like an interesting, really subtle light on the bottom, on the underside of this leg. I forget what it's called. There's like different types of light, but I think it's reflected light. I'm sure that sounds right, reflected light. It's not very strong, it's just very subtle. But you can see it, and it makes a difference. So this is going to be shadow. Got another shadow right here. But I definitely think, so Emmett, how's it going? Just dropping by to say what's up. You're on the road listening in. Very cool. Thank you for, hey, be safe, dude. 100, I'm so, I'm very grateful that you would tune in while you're driving, but of course, I prefer that you drive safely. So I'm a good painter. Am I autodidact or Alexa? What does autodidact mean?
An autodidact is a person who learns on their own without a teacher or formal education. They are self-taught.
Alexa. So am I autodidact? No, I would say self-directed, auto-directed. So I did go to a digital art school. I was studying concept art. Alexa, off. I was studying concept art at a digital art school. So that's where I learned a lot of the basic principles, and I got like 20, 30 books on painting to study, and then like all sorts of audio tapes and programs. So like, although I would say I was self-guided, and I did like online Udemy courses on digital painting. So I think I got a lot of the fundamentals of of what do you call it? Fundamentals of like figurative art. But so then when I got into painting, all I really needed to do was learn how to work the paints. But yes, I have had some amazing mentors. I can't remember all their names. Brian Huang, Eric Thompson. They're all concept artists for like well-known video game companies. We're talking like Blizzard. I don't know. Blizzard's the only one that comes to mind right now. Blizzard, comic books. I don't know. Some other animation stuff. But for whatever reason, I'm not remembering their names right now. That's the problem. Oh, Eric Wilkinson. But I think that's the problem with online learning, is that you can be so easy to forget people when you're not in the room with them day after day after day. But that said, they taught me a lot. And, it was great to just watch them work. And although I never had a formal painting instructor, have I had a formal painting? I've had online painting instructors. I definitely think that what I learned in digital art carried over to physical. Carried over very well into physical. So here we are. But we've got this black. And what I want to do now is I want to be done with this brush. Be done sketching out the shadows and everything. I mean, by the way, speaking of learning, let's do this. Speaking of learnings, I find this book so interesting for learning, particularly how to draw. And it's the book that I'm actually using to come up with the designs for this. But this book, this Charles Barrick book, I've already mentioned it multiple times, but I think this is such a great way to learn, because throughout this book, there's literally no words. There's not a single word in this book. Now, I think the original book that this book has, so the original book is called Cours de Dessin. That's COURSDEDESSIN. And in French, that means drawing class or something. And I think that might have words in it. It's public domain, but this company took all of the images in that book and basically made it so you had to, just print out the images. And what I find so fascinating is that there's no words like in this book, but you could still learn to draw really well. Because like, look at this. Like that really reminds me of this idea that art is a very visual, especially visual art is a very visual language. So you shouldn't try to like teach visual art by talking about it. You shouldn't need to teach visual art by explaining it by words, or like, you know, anytime I'm out and people ask me about artwork, I never try to explain it anymore. I'm just like, hey, here's my phone, here's my Instagram, here's the work that I do. Like, you know, because it's a visual experience for the most part. Unless, you know, of course, again, if your art is like, I don't know, music, or if your art is something else, you know, it's one thing to be able to talk about it. But, you know, as a visual medium, I just pull out my phone like, hey, this is what I do. I don't try to explain it anymore, for the most part. But anyway, back to the great things that I love about this book is there's no words, there's no explaining, like, hey, how do you do this? Like, everybody knows it starts from the simplest thing. How do you draw a line? How do you draw a line? You just got to draw the lines. You know, how do you draw? It starts with like these simple eyes, right? Anyone could draw these 3 lines together. And then anyone could just draw these lines connected. And then, you know, you do 100 of them, you're eventually going to figure out how to do it right. So it's not about like, you know, it's not like this thing where it's like, hey, do this 100 times, or like you need a teacher to tell you what to do. If you can be self-guided, self-directed, I mean, you could totally learn how to draw from this book. It's pretty straightforward. And then, you know, you get into these things, you know, you learn to start to sketch in where the shadows go. I mean, it doesn't teach you to actually how to make the shadows. So, you know, sometimes there could be guidance from that. But look, it just shows you like, hey, this is how you sketch out or plan out a shadow. And I'm just using these lessons, these ideas for the purpose of painting. But enough about that. You ask them what they would like to paint. Easier to paint alongside with the students. Yeah, that's a good idea. If you're are you a teacher? You're a teacher, huh? The mystery is revealed. Michael Wilbur is a art teacher. I hope you're not. Well, actually, I don't hope anything necessarily, but you know, for your privacy, I hope that I'm not revealing the identity. Hope that you're using maybe like a fake name, or maybe not. I don't know. Some people are very public, such as myself. I'm very public, but others are less so. Others are much more private people. And I get that. I try to respect people's privacy, but you know, if your name is on the screen, I'm gonna say it. Let's see. All right. So I just cleaned off a brush that I'm actually gonna use. Hip hip hooray! And what do I want to do with this? I want to do a burnt sienna. Do a. You know, I want to make the robe very dramatic, so I'm gonna do like a scarlet rock here. This black and gold. And this is going to go right into here as this rock. So this is going to capture the light areas of our painting. And then let's see. And again, this is really just to capture some of the light in this piece, not so much the body or the figure. But then once I move into the shadow, I can really just, you know, go in with this black. Go in with the black to capture some of the space. some what they would like to paint, and that's how you help them. Wonderful, wonderful. Great to have teachers here. So here we go. I'm gonna mix this red, grab some of this sienna, grab some of this black. We're just gonna go in and mix this sienna, red, black. Let's just create like a dark, this dark area right here. Actually, maybe a little bit darker for this, for some of this. Not total shadow, but just enough. Just enough. And yes, the dude is sitting on a rock. That's what he's doing. He's sitting on a rock. And let's see. Here we go. And that's good for now. I think we got the main idea. And for the body, let's just do white. So we're gonna start with, it's gotta have a little bit of color, right? No, it doesn't have to have a little bit of color. Sure do. Now we're just gonna bring out some white here. I guess whatever color just ends up being on a brush. Let's just go with that. It could be any color. So we're gonna go, yeah, we're gonna just add a little bit of highlight. I really want this in there. No, I don't. And here we go. So it's a little bit of an off-white, like a gray. A grayed pink. And hopefully we can actually maintain this color, keep this color going, consistent at least. And I think for this top section, we could blend it in just a little bit, add a tiny hint of black, just a little dab of black. There we go. The value needs to be just a bit darker. Just a bit darker. here we go. So paint this down, going into here. And we have it, this blocky person here. We're gonna have to fill that space later. But for now, let's see. We're gonna take some darker shadows. We're gonna take this black. I'm gonna start to make more use of this black here. And let's bring this into the center and lighten it up a bit so that we have like a mid black or a dark gray, I should say. Probably could just use Payne's gray, but I didn't. So this will be a darker shade. So we're gonna go this little triangle here. And we're gonna go. I want to correct the size, the length of this leg right here. It's a little bit too long. Let's go up to here. And let's go like this. Bam. All right. Do a painting just using blue. Call it my blue period. Yeah. Pull a Picasso, huh? Pull a Picasso. Picasso's blue period. You know, I will say though, speaking of such, my personal philosophy is that if I'm gonna have, you know, if you really want to capture the spirit of Picasso's blue period, something life-changing has to happen to you. In the sense of, I think Picasso's blue period didn't happen. I think the story goes that he had a really good friend who was at a party, and his friend got shot right in front of him. That's the story of Picasso's blue period. Like after that, he started painting all these things in blue. That's my understanding. And while I don't think an artist necessarily has to have somebody get shot in front of them, I think in order to have a truly authentic so-called blue period, right? You can pick any color and do a period. You can do an entire series of however you feel, right? But I think if you really want to capture the authenticity of a period like that, you got to either wait or find something meaningful in your life right now that, you know, makes you want to do it. Because Picasso's blue period, I feel like, came from, you know, this sense of just shock, and a lot of people, like, I think somebody got shot in front of him, and then he had a woman that he was in love with who died. So these factors contributed to that. And if you want to just paint things blue just for the sake of saying that, you know, you're trying to follow in Picasso's steps because he painted blue, you know, I don't really know if that's effective. I think in order to truly kind of have that, it's not, you don't necessarily need grief, but you need to access some experience. It could be something positive, right? Like a blue period, that's a positive experience in your life. You find a new relationship, you get a new job or whatever. I don't know. It could be a positive experience. It doesn't necessarily have to be someone dying and someone getting shot to death. But in Picasso's case, it could be something positive. But yeah, the idea of the real essence of his blue period, it wasn't just that he decided to paint blue. It was something shook him up so much that he really wanted to start painting just everything in blue. True, right. So what is art? Banana taped to a wall. Right, yeah, that's pretty crazy news, huh? But again, just to clarify, I'm separating the essence of Picasso's blue period from the this the essence and sincerity of Picasso's blue period from the technical, right? The technical element of having a blue period itself. I think, and that's where I think the separation between Picasso's essence and why that was more so masterpieces versus the technical idea of just, hey, let me just do a blue period so I could study blues, right? Like that's like, it's just different. It's different on a mental level, I think. But again, I don't want to dissuade anybody from doing a blue period. I'm just saying, like, if you the essence of it, Picasso's versus the truth, or the essence and truth of Picasso's versus the just the simple desire to work with blue. But anyway, a little creative rant there, probably unnecessary. I don't know. What do you think, Wilbur? Or what do you think, Michael? Do you disagree with what I'm saying? Or I am very open to disagreements, alternative opinions, conversations about this. And I know it kind of makes it hard, the fact that we're just like, I have the opportunity to just like, just talk and ramble, whereas everyone else kind of just only gets to put a couple words. So I'm open to hearing what you say. Yeah, war paint. Again, like, I'm not saying you shouldn't paint things that you're not familiar with, right? Like, if something is meaningful to you, I'm just saying, like, I'm just discussing the blue period itself, Picasso's blue period itself, and trying to separate the idea that it wasn't a technical thing. It wasn't a technical, like, Picasso trying to figure out how to use blue in dramatic ways. It really was like a personal thing that he felt strongly about. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't, I don't think he had extra paint and he's like, hey, I have all this blue paint, let me just come up with the blue period. Maybe it was, but I really think that there's more to it. Well, I think the story, definitely there's more to it. But that said, yeah, I mean, just my 10 cents there. $0.10. Penny for your thoughts. All right, I need to lighten this color up, so I'm going to grab this white and start to make like a very light gray here. I'm going to start to take this gray and go along some other areas here. Even Leonardo of Vinci. Yeah, he had meanings behind his stuff too. He was inventing weapons of war, weapons of destruction. He was hired by the Medicis, the most powerful, influential family of the 1400s, to empower them. To support the Italian war machine. The Medicis. All right, I got into this section right here, and I just totally started to lose track of what I'm working on, or what I was saying. Why is this totally black? All right, hey, take care, Michael. Thank you so much for tuning in, having a conversation here. Who's the artist that shot himself in his stomach and died? Who is that? Is that a pop quiz? Why would anybody do that? Who would shoot themselves in the stomach and cut off their own ear? Who would possibly do that? Why, some would say an artist highly dedicated to their craft. I think it's starting to come together now. I'm starting to see it. Took a minute. Pleasure meeting you. Pleasure meeting you, Michael. Such a pleasure, sir. Such a wonderful pleasure. Until we meet again, I look forward to the next time that we shall have another chat. So polite. So polite. All right, and let's go like this. Gotta have a triangle right here as we start to blend in this section of the leg. And we're gonna create a little area there. Let's see, where else can this fill in? And let's see, I think we can actually pull out some white now. So let's pull out this white and let's add our ultra highlights here. So definitely a little highlight along top right here. And here we go. Yeah, it's starting to come along now just by adding and these separations of shadows. I was really starting to doubt myself for a little bit. I was doubting myself for a few moments. I was like, how is this all going to come together? But somehow, magically, if you continue to just trust in the process, things eventually come together. Always. So there we go. We're gonna go bring this knee like forward a little bit, bring that down. And here we go, this white is gonna go up. The queen returns. I'm streaming, just letting you know. Huh? Yeah. You have to step over.
Hi! Hi, babies. How are you? You okay?
You okay? You think you can do it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You know. Hey, babies.
Put this into the space. What's up? Welcome.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Hi, Pookie. You miss me. She's never here.
The queen has arrived. The queen of the castle.
Look at her with my hat.
Oh, hat. Yeah, she's been very cute lately.
Hi.
Extra cute they are. Extra cuties.
Hi, Scout. Hi, Scout. Hi, you. Hi. Is that a purr?
Yes, they're purring.
I hear a purr.
They're like, who is this? Who is this person?
Stranger.
Stranger who hasn't been here. Why does she smell like a husky?
Do I smell like a dog? Mwah.
I don't think you do. I'm
You
just.
don't even know what a dog smells.
Yeah, they probably have never seen a dog.
Wasn't at the shelter long enough.
Right.
Came to me like right after he arrived at the shelter.
Yep.
Okay. Home again.
Okay, so here we go. Continuing to grab white. I left your side made. This knee is looking a little bit funky. So we're gonna tighten this space up here. It's really hard to figure out what this is without. So this piece is actually like a chip part that's like chipped off of the original piece. So I have to figure out how I'm gonna mold that piece. But for now, let's just blend these sections up. So give it some blending here. And then come around like this. And this is gonna be. Yeah, that's still pretty funky. The leg's pretty funky. It's very muscular, but it's kind of funky. So here we go. I'm just gonna come around. What'd you say? And then here we go. Bring this down. So it's definitely making a little bit more sense. It's still kind of contorted. Let's see. Did I know most of the famous artists were nutcases? Yeah, I totally knew that. I totally know that most artists were nutcases. To an extent. I think Bird wants to see you now too. I need to go down into here to make some red, but little section right there. They just had to pick like the most challenging body position. Which is this crazy contorted leaning down format. He didn't? Good. He wanted you back so that I could pee on it while you're here.
Yeah, right. Hi. What are you doing? Just waiting, hanging up with the food bowls. Who's a hungry black cat?
Say, who's the hungry black cat? Scout is. I did feed them a lot this morning because there's a lot of food still left in the bowl. By the way, did you do something with their other cat food? Because, like, I remember when I was here, a couple mornings ago, I fed them cat food that was in another bag.
Yeah, it's empty.
Oh, it's empty?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There wasn't much left. I put the rest in the bowl.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I was just...
Oh, I should have
Yeah, so, because I was, like, looking for it. I was like, I know it wasn't empty when I did it.
No.
What's up, Zach G? Zach to the G to the LMNOP. What's going on? It's Zach G in the house.
For some reason, this food has a texture that's smaller.
You have quite a talent. Yes, wonderful. You have quite a talent, sir. Thank you for Thank you for chiming in to share your thoughts and your feelings about this artwork. How long have I been doing this painting, or how long have I been doing artwork? Because they're all different answers. So how long have I been working on this painting? I actually started this painting like 4 months ago, I would say. How long have I been painting? I really only started painting about a year and a half ago. A year and a half when I, started, and I'm talking like serious painting, right? Like doing painting for the sake of creating artwork, or study, or whatever you want to call it. But I started in digital art. No, I have not given for her medicine. But I started with digital art like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And then life story just added brief. I mean, I think everyone's an artist as a kid. Is there any kid that didn't like to draw or sketch in their books, or like, watch Bob Ross or something? Like, I think every kid is an artist. Even myself, when I was a kid. Every kid has that creative spirit. But there we go. Need to find a way to differentiate some of these shadows. The blacks are a little bit too. The black outlines are a little bit too harsh. So I have to find a way to tone them down just a little bit. But yeah, thanks for is that meant to be Jesus? Is who meant to be Jesus? Oh, when did I start drawing? Yeah. I mean, if any of these look like Jesus to you, that's cool. I mean, if you buy this painting, you can interpret it however you like. And you know what? You don't even need to buy this painting to interpret it however you like. You can interpret it however you like. You just gotta make the argument for it, Zach. So, if you believe that this painting has a religious idea to it, please do share what it makes you feel like. What about it makes you feel like? To be honest, what do you mean we don't make image of prophets? I'm not. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it now. Yeah. So, that's really profound. I didn't really think about that. So yeah, cool. Yeah. So this is not. This in my book, I would not consider this a religious painting, but however, I can understand that sometimes people could see things and they have a profound experience just looking at it, and then it comes to mean something for somebody, which is absolutely fine. If it means something to you, that's perfect. It's wonderful.
Where's Jesus? Right there?
Is that
Well, I heard someone say that. It's the only thing that would look like Jesus. Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't know. They had Zach G asks, so am I a Christian? Zach, I mean, what makes you ask? That's my question first before I can answer that question. I really want to know, like, why is my religion important to you? Would it change how you feel about me? All right, here we go. I'm gonna go, boom, lay down this paint here. I'm gonna clean my brush off. I've been using this brush for far too long. And we're gonna go with this dark shadow red again. I'm gonna go in here.
Nice day.
Yeah, beautiful day. I see. All right, cool. Well, good to know, man. I mean, yeah. I consider myself a spiritual person, but not necessarily a religious person. In a sense of the way I, I define that as in like, I define religion the way that we're speaking of it now, since we're on this topic of conversation here. Religion in the sense of there's a practice, there's a specific, way of doing things, like, whatever your prayer methods are for any religion, or monthly or annual things that you have to partake in, like activities or holidays, I guess we would call them. So I'm not religious in that sense that I stick consistently to a regular practice as defined by my my religion. But I definitely consider myself a spiritual person. I believe in the idea of spirit. I believe in the idea of a God. I just don't regularly practice. Sorry. Huh. What I need to do right now is I need to darken some of these shadows. So that's what we're going to do. Darken some shadows. Darken some shadows here. But not make them black. That's where I think some of the problems I'm having is trying to make them black. Can you ask me furthermore? Yeah, go ahead. Ask away. But also, I don't think it's necessary to get too serious. Like, do I believe in a creator? Yeah. So I did say I believe in God. I believe in a God. I believe in God. I did say that. So I believe that suggests that I believe in a creator. God is a creator. God is the Supreme Being.
Oh, now you're up here? It's the first time I've seen you up there. Yeah.
Oh, you know what's funny yesterday? So I went into the kitchen. I was in the bathroom and I was like, what are you guys doing? Because I heard some utensils. And then I heard Fern jump down and I looked back up there and he was up there about to jump down. So they were up there
That's the new thing.
getting into trouble
I
together.
never saw them up there until today.
And then they were like, kind of like sitting in the doorway having a little conversation about what they need to. They're like having their little, they're plotting.
With each other?
Yeah, they were plotting.
Oh, God.
Fern and Scout were plotting.
Really? So you made a plan, huh?
They made a plan.
What's your plot now? Want to tell me? You gonna tell me? Is this for your eyeglasses?
Oh no, those are for my contacts.
Cool.
So do I believe in a creator? Yes, cool. You said you thought I said I'm spiritual, not religious. You know, Zach, I did not I did not know that, and I appreciate you informing me about this practice. I mean, honestly, if somehow we just got like put in a room together, you and I, and this was something that you really wanted to talk about, just randomly, I would totally be like, you know, yeah, I know I am in a room, but I'm talking like, you know, this on a live stream about artwork. You know, I don't mind touching these subjects. I just don't want to alienate too many people who, you know, just by discussing these religious ideas, because, you know, I don't know enough about Islam to, yeah, I mean, I'm open, you could talk about it, I just don't know how much I can add to this conversation, you know what I mean? So I see, are those Greek letters? You love my creativity and nudity creation, thank you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so there's that. I really just honestly don't have too much to add to that discussion as far as that goes. But I do appreciate you coming in here to share some information, things that you feel are very important, because it is important. Your religion is very important. It is an important thing. And I do believe in the value of religion. I just don't practice it myself. I don't have a regular practice myself. I guess I'll just end it at that before I go too in depth into this topic. Show busy. Wow, so many words that I can't read now suddenly. I see Greek letters and Japanese letters. What is show busy? What does that mean? So what I need to do is, I think right now, I think this piece can, I can take a break on this piece. And let's see, the knee's gonna be right there. I need to define the knee. That's what I gotta do, that I'm kind of not doing. That could add a lot to this and help me to establish. We got a bit of shadow.
Ow.
I think that bit of shadow helps a little bit.
You notice that?
What?
Ookie dipped her claws in more often than Scout does.
Yep. No, Scout only uses his claws when it's like absolutely necessary, like trying to escape a shower. But you know what? When he digs in, he digs in. When he digs in, he is digging in. It is like life or death for him. Yeah. Hey, take care, Zach G. I don't draw. I don't. I've never drawn a car. Actually, I have drawn cars, but I've never painted a car. I don't know. I did some digital art for a car once. I didn't really enjoy the process. I'm not big on drawing cars. Let's just leave it at that. All right, so I do find myself continuing to place spots over and over, and at some point, I'm starting to feel like I'm overworking. So what I will do here is I'm going to move on to another section of this painting in a few moments, which doesn't mean I'm going to stop. I'm just switching up the figures that I'm going to be working on. Let's separate some of this area right here. Add some white. Let's separate some of this area right here. And get some more white. And let's see where else I might need a little highlight. Maybe into here, just add a bit more highlight. Get this zone of color a little better. Just add a little bit into here. Round it out, actually. Some into here. You trying to escape, cat?
All the time.
All right, and we're gonna take a break on this figure, and let's move on to our next one, shall we? I'm gonna lay down some of the colors right here. Just lay down some fun strokes, just to keep the visual element of this entertaining. Hey! I'm just, oh my gosh. Pookie's always got her tongue sticking out. It's like she does it on purpose now. Scout. Hey, bud. Hey. Kittens are so cute, everybody. Alright. Let's see what's next. I'm gonna go for a little bit of a longer painting session today. um, All right. You know what? So it's funny because Zach earlier asked me if I was religious, and I said I'm not, but I do meditate. I don't know if that's considered religious. Kat, do you consider meditation religious? Kathleen? All right. She's not here to answer my questions. Excuse me. Here we go. We're gonna flip this around. Let's get that fit right into there. And let's do another figure. I think this corner. See, where should I put it? I think this corner needs something. How do I keep this all together? Who's hissing? You hear that? All right, let's do another sketch here. We're going to grab our sketching brush. Grab this other one. And here we go. So this is actually a pretty big piece. So I'm going to trying to figure out the best way to arrange this piece. Ah, I know. Bonnie got me some paper clips that right now is the perfect time to use. So I got these cool paper clips. These Electra Psi paper clips. So these are paper clips, but they're designed like size. And I think right now is the perfect time to use one. Look at this. These little Psi paper clips. That's so clever. I never use paper clips. Or I very rarely do, but right now is a good time to use a paper clip. So. Let's go. pages together. Okay. So there's a lot of reds here. So I want to go with the blue. Let's see. We'll go with the blue. So dark navy blue is the color that we're going to use here. Or dark ultramarine blue, I should say. Ultramarine blue. And it is 2 hours, 18 minutes of streaming, which is great, fantastic. What I want to do is I want to capture this right here. Okay, keep this going. We're sketching out our next part right here. I'm gonna go, it's about the same length as that, so we're gonna go and let's see, this is going to come around this way. So this probably only needs to be about that wide. So right here. And let's figure out where this goes to. Come around like this. And, let's bring this out. Curve this up and around. This needs to curve up a little bit. Let's see. I'm gonna do some measuring here. So measuring 1.5. So if that was 1.5. So it ends right here. That's where the, did I just measure that right? So it's 1.5. So this will be 1. 1.5. So the edge of the leg should be like right here. Okay. It's going to come around down. And there we go. So sketching that out. Let's go with the leg right here. Leg and then up. It's going to be a very large leg. So let's see, whatever that length is, let's see how much further up that is. So one leg length. Just under 2. So whatever this is, I want to go 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. So like right there almost. At least further than where that is, right? That's about the same. So wherever that is, we're going to go. And we're going to go womb. Let's keep this going. So sketch this out. Since this is a little bit simpler, but also more challenging because the subject matter needs to look much softer. Whatever this figure, I know what the figure is, but I'm saying whatever needs to look softer. So that's gonna be the challenge of this. Whereas I think the male figures you could paint a little bit more crudely. Not crudely, you still have to like be delicate, but you can be you'd be a little rougher, right, to give it a certain type of character. But I think as far as classical styles go, female bodies, as far as statues are concerned, I think we're typically there's an attempt to be much softer with it's quite fascinating to see some sculptures that are able to create like a softness, because literally things carved out of rock, yet somehow they're able to create a female form that like looks like soft. It's amazing what sculptors are able to accomplish. So we're creating some shadow zones here. Let's see. So this leg, and then we're going to go up here. We're going to go up here. And bam. And then we're going to do another torso. Let me see how long. I'm going to compare this to the length of the leg here. So whatever the length of the leg is, go 1. And then it's a little shorter than the length of the leg. So whatever the length of the leg is, I need to do just a little bit less. So just a hair less, right? Oh, you know what? Wow. Quite a difference. So whatever this length is, I need to go up, and that's where pretty much the nipple needs to be. So whatever this is, up, and that's where. Okay. Really? So crazy to see dimensions that don't look the way that you're seeing? I'm trying to measure this. Yeah, oh my goodness, it's almost exactly the same. So right here, try to go up there. Right, mark this spot right here. Oh, you know what? And then this is gonna come up. It's gonna come up right around here. And here we go. And bam. Perfect, perfect. Got the shoulder. We're not going to see that, but we probably will see this. So I want this to bring this up over here. This is going to curve like right around here. So create this curve and just draw it in. Create this curve and then so the bottom of the shoulder right here, it's going to curve around to the top of the shoulder. On top of the shoulder, like so. All right, here we go. Let's go with blue. And actually, you know what? Let's sketch in some of this. I'm gonna sketch in the actual this piece with black and white. We're gonna make this black and white. I'm actually gonna use this brush this time. So it's nice. This nice detailed brush, great for details. Actually, let's just draw in, sketch in the shadow areas. So. And then we're gonna go around here, around, bring this up here. And then let's see. So this part doesn't need to be too precise. You know, really the whole idea is really just to capture the fact that this is supposed to be fabric, but it's been carved into rock. Oh my goodness. How amazing is that, huh? How can you carve fabric out of rock? What a challenge for the artist. Creative person to take on that challenge there. What a fascinating endeavor. I mean, there's good sculptors, but then there's like amazing, remarkable sculptors that can literally make rock look like a soft, gentle fabric. Create a nice underline here. That's the underline. And this whole thing actually gets an outline. So we're going to come right up to here. Right, and let's add a gray here. We're going to add our grays into this. So let's see, we're going to add a gray right into here. Add a gray right here. And then I'm going to add some gray highlight into here and into this section. Let's see where else we can add it. Right into here, we can add a couple little gray strokes. Into here, down at the bottom here. Actually, I should have added a much darker shadow just to outline the bottom here, but it's okay. Here we go. We're gonna go right into here. And let's go. Bam. And here we go. All right, let's take this. We're going to pick up our white. We're not going to use a total white here. We're just going to use like an off-white, just a very light gray value here. I should probably need some more of it. More white. go like this. Boom. Boom. And then add some of this here. Oh my goodness, there we go. And here we go, right into here. Another little stroke into there, another stroke into there. You know what? That looks quite funky. I don't know. I might leave it. I don't know if I'm gonna leave it. That's not how I normally do it, just with like a really thin brush. But I kind of like it. It's got its character, but it definitely doesn't look too looks too very different. But I do like how it's turned out in its own little sketchy, rough way. But here we go. We're gonna get into the main figure now. Let's get into the main figure. Clean off the brush here. Fern. Fern. Yes, I'm talking to you, Fern. How are you doing, Fern? All right, let's do a brush. Let's use this. I'm not gonna use this brush. It's a little too rough. This brush is nice and soft, but this brush I want to use. Right, let's clean this up. Clean this brush up. We're gonna go with our blue into this white here that we have, this gray white. And this is gonna be our light shade. I don't want it to be too much like that, but here we go. So we're gonna use this as our light area. So we're gonna add a little bit of, not a little bit, let's just paint it in. We're gonna go straight into it. Let's get straight into this. So come around. I should have started with my shadows, which I might do here in a moment, is go back and pick up a different color to start with shadows. I might do that in a moment once I run out of paint on this brush. And here we go. So go up like this, down like that. And here we go. So the midline, I gotta figure out the midline of the back, which should basically cut from up here.
Nice.
What do you think?
It's colorful.
That's it?
I don't know what else to say.
That's it? Just that it's colorful?
Yeah.
What?
It looks familiar.
Huh?
It looks familiar.
What do you mean?
It looks like something else you painted.
Well, I was working on this a while ago.
Oh, okay, cool.
And then I just came back to it recently.
Oh, nice.
That's all you can say though, is that it's colorful.
Yeah, it's colorful. And,
It's not a masterpiece.
I don't know yet. Maybe it's not.
Well, we won't find out if it's a masterpiece until like 100 years after I'm dead.
Oh, well, I don't think I'll be around then to comment. But if I am, I will comment on it and say, this is a masterpiece.
All right, so let's see what's going on here. We got this back over here. Cryogenic freezing.
TV.
And then we got this other section right here.
Wow, only a week ago.
What?
We were in the midst.
What?
In the midst.
Oh, right, yeah. We were busy. We were... And here we go. Get some into the arm here. Get some light color into the arm, or light blue, basically. Get some lights. I use a term like lights, as in just like lighter colors, like the brighter areas. That's what I mean when I say that. I'm not saying, I mean, technically all color is light. Our ability to see and interpret light. That's all color is. And I think once you understand that, it's like such a profound realization. When I first read about it in the book Light and Color by James Gurney, highly recommended for any artist out there. He is an incredible resource for realistic painting, which this isn't necessarily realistic, but I mean, it is, but it's not, you know, because I'm using different colors. I'm not, you know, I'm not, this painting is not based on real human bodies. So, you know, there's a looseness to it. But if you're trying to understand color and like just painting in general and trying to like make things accurate, I think James Gurney is probably one of the best resources you could possibly have. One of the best. You know what? I don't want to get into this trap of overpainting the light areas. I want to get into some of the dark spaces here. But I think the dark spaces can't be... Well, you know what? They can be just a little bit dark. We're going to bring out just some of this black. Probably should have just used this other black right here. Let's grab more of this blue. And get right into this section. It's going to be nice and dark. And then right here into this crease. And then let's go. Go up here and we start to trace along this line. We're going to find other areas to bring in our shadows. This other section right up here is also going to be pretty dark as well. So right up here, we're going to have this part disappear. And I am looking back and forth at my painting that's on the screen just to get a sense of what's happening, because sometimes, you know, you can't really know for sure. If you get too close to your painting, you're just, you know, looking at it for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you start to like get lost in it. And that's one great thing about painting during a live stream. I know this is this idea that with the live stream painting, I could go back and forth and just keep looking back. So there's this trick that you learn in digital art, and that trick is basically to flip your canvas. So digital art, you can press a button that lets you see the mirror image of it, and in digital art, you know, that's a nice trick to help you reset your eyes from seeing. And I think it's a great trick. I used to use it all the time. But more importantly, you don't really have that in regular painting unless you use a mirror. And what that can do, the problem there, it's not like a problem, but you know, it can affect your painting, is that your eyes don't really have a chance to reset really easily. If I'm just looking at this nonstop, you know, my eyes don't reset and I don't get to, you know, see this from a different perspective. Which, you know, sometimes you can't see your mistakes until you're looking at it in a mirror or something. So there are some benefits to painting live stream that I really enjoy, and I think that's one of them. Is, you know, not only do I get to look back and chat with people, but and have a little conversation, but also this idea that that there's I can look at the painting too, you know? I can look at the painting and see what's going on and review it. Let's grab this dark blue here. We're going to start adding in, making this blue. Actually, this needs to be a little lighter. Let's find a good in-between here. Nice in-between. Nice in-between blue. Nice in-between blue. Here we go. And this is going to fill in the rest of our space here. So here we go. This is going to fill in the rest of our space as we come around this way and come around this way, and then let's just fill in the rest here. So I'm just going to go in right here. And add in a bit of the shadow right across as we come around right this way. And let's go like this. Create this triangle form right here as it goes up to the back. And just bringing this center line. So there's a center line around the back. Just bringing this down. Let's bring in some more of our white here, our highlight. And something I forgot that I had actually intended to do from the beginning was using this idea of cross stroking, doing these like cross strokes to create a sense of like a dimensionality. And I actually lost sight of that over the course of this painting. But I feel like I should bring it back. Helps to create like a wispiness to it. But what I need is some more of this color down here, which is supposed to be very dark shadows. So we're gonna go back into the shadow, keep going, keep blending this shadow. Let's see, how do we navigate this right here? Soften that. Rotate this. And I think this is a little too dark, so let's go into here, bring that down just a little bit. This isn't supposed to be such a thick line. It's one of the challenges of working with brushes as opposed to just like a really thin pencil. If you're trying to do the form, is when you're working with brushes, you get these really thick lines and you have to maneuver them. You know, you have to really work around them and like figure out how to work with them. But anyway, I think I could soften this a little bit too, right in the center. It's a little bit too angular. It's not soft. But it is there. It is a part of the human body, this remnant of a tailbone. And let's see, let's add a little bit of shadow right here, if we can. Let's go up into here. Actually, this one, can this color go up in here? Oh, this color could go up here. And I think we just got a little bit left as far as the initial phase here. Let's clean off this brush. Wipe it down. And I want to bring back some more of this white here with our blue, white and blue. I'm just going to come up right into here just to create this space here. So here we go. Help filter out some of these lines as well. And by the way, this this thing that I'm doing right now, that I'm like crossing my brushwork as opposed to like any other thing. You know, people probably aren't paying that close, probably not paying that close attention. But if you are, it's just something it's an exercise from watching a Lo Chan Peng video. So he's an artist. He's a really great artist that I've found on Instagram. But basically, he does like, but if he uses a really small brush to like create this like texture of human skin, of just like constantly, just never-endingly cross brushing, and I think it does a really interesting job of creating like a human-like texture, or like an almost like magical texture on people. And I haven't taken one of his classes, so I don't know for sure exactly what this, you know, what his methods are. I'm not saying this is how he paints, but if you watch some of his videos, the way he works is that he will just like, if you watch his like Instagram reels, which totally worth it if you're into painting and seeing his work. So that's Lo Chan Peng, LoChanPeng. He's an artist I really like to see on social media, because he doesn't. I think he's more secretive about his methods because he has the classes that he's likes to teach, but he does reveal some of what he does, which is nice, and some of what he does, although I don't know the specifics, is basically just using a brush and just like crossing the brush back and forth to create like a wispy texture. And it has some really powerful effects when you're looking at his paintings. But something's off about this section right here, and I can't quite put my finger on it. This one needs to be a bit more diamondy. That might be a little too rough. This one's probably, no, that's not coming out too far. So like that, and then like that. Yeah, it's not bad. All right, we're in a good spot. We are in a good spot. So, but also what I really like about this like wispy technique that I picked up from Lo Chan Peng, and I'm sure, you know, there's a lot of other artists that do it too, is the idea that instead of like trying to blend the traditional way with the blender brush, and I'm sure he uses a blender brush. Again, I don't know his exact techniques, but I'm sure he uses a blender brush. But what it can do is it really creates this like painterly look. You know, it's like very soft and gentle. You like create this like soft, gentle look, and the brushes like create these like swirl marks, and at the same time you also get to have the opportunity to blend in certain colors. So anyway, it's a good way to blend, and it's a good way to create texture on a painting. So I really just love that idea, and that's, you know, something that I've adapted into my own. Well, I was actually going to do more of it into this painting, but I totally forgot until just a few moments ago. Let's see, this interesting area right here. This is an interesting area because it's such a subtle transition. It is such a subtle transition that if you do it too much, it just looks weird. Let's go. Let's go with this white. This little heart shape there. And maybe blend it in. Shouldn't be so obvious of a line there. Even this. And what else do we have? I think this is it for this. Maybe bring this down. Let's see. Okay. This is good. This is okay. This is all right in here. This is great. I'm gonna add a little highlight right there. And maybe transition this section right here just a little bit. Soften. Oh yeah, I gotta soften this area. That line's a little too harsh. That's better. All right, that worked a lot. That worked wonders. And then let's see, curve that up. Make it less obvious. And there we go. All right. So we have that. Anka, welcome. What's up? Do I sell my artworks? Of course. Is there any artist that you know of that, like, is there any artist that would not sell their artworks? I don't know. I do sell my artworks, so my artworks, I have a lot of prints, but mostly older stuff. I don't have too many newer stuff as prints right now. But I do have prints on Redbubble. And I was just in the gallery, actually. I was just exhibiting at a local art show. Just had an exhibit. This painting in the background. As you can tell, since I have it, it did not sell. But yes, I do sell my paintings. All of my paintings are for sale. So if you see anything that you like, that you want to discuss, I am open to discussing it. Just feel free to send me a message, or you could send me an email, and we can make it happen. So I want to soften this area. The shadow's a little bit too rough, so I'm just gonna use a little bit just to gentlify it. Let's see. It's just a really awkward dimple. Oh, I see what I need to do. What I need to do is I need to take just a subtle blue transition, and I need to just do a little bit of this dimple. Add some more of this darker blue. And I need to create like a nice surrounding. Maybe this area too. I'll add a little bit more, softness. Spending a little bit more time on areas of these just because it's a female body as opposed to a male body, which, I think the male body actually benefits from like harder edges, like rougher space. But I think for a female body, a little bit more time can be spent to soften some of the features. And of course, it all depends on the model or whatever, right? Always depends on the model, or whatever someone's features are, whoever's the subject matter. But at the same time, I think, yeah, I like this. Okay. So, you know what? I've been doing this. This is about 3 hours in. Should I do one more? I feel like I want to do one more. Feel in the mood to do one more. Uno más. Maybe what I need to do is go into here. I need to soften. Whew. Okay. Yeah. I like the way it looks. Just so funny seeing it on a screen versus seeing it in person. Just looks so different. From a distance on a small screen, it looks way different. Because like up close, you could see the brushwork, but like from a distance, it just looks like this like really soft figure. But anyway, let's get into. Let's see. I've got this blue. Let's see what else. What else should I do?
It's the floor cat. All right, we're gonna back up.
All right. You know what? I wanted to make today a painting day, so I'm gonna go one more in this. I'm gonna go another one. Let's do. Let's flip this around. Good old flipperoo. Is this gonna come down? What's going on? Is this stuck? What the heck? I guess it's stuck. I wonder what made it stuck. Why is it stuck? I guess it's supposed to be like that. All right, next line of action. What are we gonna do? We're gonna go into this space. I'm gonna paint this lower space down here. Scout, what's up, man? You're looking strong, buddy.
Working out.
Yes.
Weights. Parkour.
Parkour? Called parkour. You're funny. All right, let's see. You know what? I'm gonna do a different painting. This painting, I need to take a break on. Should I take a break right now? I feel like I want to keep going. Let's keep going. go from here? Oh. All right, we're gonna go down here. And we're gonna go, let's see, we got a lot of green, red. Blue's dominant over there. If I do yellow, what to do? I think the struggle now is what color I should use. That's the question of the day. But you know what? I could probably do red. So much red. I could probably do. Probably do another black one on this side, or gray, I should say, black and white, gray, black and white, gray. What color? What color? All right, let's go with. Let's try to find a good purple. When I say try to find, basically what I mean is let's grab some colors, red and blue, and I don't necessarily always get the exact color. There we go, that's a nice dark purple. So let's use this color. We're going to start, we're actually going to move this over here. And we're going to go start with this horse's head. Can anyone imagine how hard it must have been to study animals back in the day when we didn't have photos? Like, you either had to find a dead animal, or you literally had to, like, sit there for, like, hours just observing a single animal, trying to figure out how to capture their movements and everything. Like, imagine trying to study a bird in flight. How do you do that? Has anyone ever tried to study a bird or sketch a bird that's in flight? You literally cannot see their wings flapping. It's almost impossible. You know, you have to have a lot of birds and whatever. You're thinking red too? Cool, cool. Well, I decided on purple because I have so many reds. This is a red or yellow, orange, yellow, red. This is a red right here. There's a lot of red right here. So I don't want to overpower this one with red. I don't want to totally overpower it with red. Red is definitely one of those colors where if you use a lot of it, it stands out so much. So here's the ear, and this ear is going to come down on a horse's head. And let's see, let's check the width of this. So if we go like that, and then from the ear, so this should be about the length of the head, which that section should be about the length of the head, which is like right there. Okay. And coming down from here, let's go right there. Bring this forward a little bit. I'm going to give a little bit more width to it on the mane here, just a bit more width. And Anka, thank you for sharing your opinion, though. Thank you for tuning in and just being like, "Hey, you would have liked that color." But what brings you in today? How are you? Obviously, you were skimming through YouTube, and you didn't find anything you wanted to see until now, which is fantastic. That's great. I'm very glad that you're able to find this channel specifically. Obviously, because it's my channel, but more importantly, you're able to find something that spoke to you, or that that you enjoyed more than something else. Because there's so much content on YouTube. There are probably, Alexa, how many YouTube live streams are there at any given moment?
From Gitnix.com. YouTube Live has over 236,000 live stream channels.
Wow. YouTube Live has over 26,000 live streams. Well, I guess if there's 26,000, that doesn't mean that there's 26,000 at any given time. It just means that there's 26,000. So I don't know the actual numbers, but it's probably a lot. And here we go. It's probably a lot of people streaming right now. But that's what we're doing here. So the guy's neck should go right to the midline of the horse. That should go right to the mouth line. Actually, let me sketch out some of this horse a bit better. Here we go. Sketch out this horse, get the eye down here. Glad, yeah. There's usually there's other. I also have a couple other live streamers that join me on these live streams, and they also have live streams as well. Omizu Paints. If you have a chance, he's got another great live stream that he does artwork and such. And then all sorts of stuff. Yeah, it's all sorts of great things. Most people tend to just kind of come in and just chat, but there are I do get a lot of art live streamers as well. A lot of other artists, art live streamers, etc., etc. So good if you stick around and you want to just see what other people are streaming and whatnot. Yeah, I was looking at this video. I forget. I think his name is like Omega something or Omega Omerkel or something, but he does reaction videos, and he made this ridiculous reaction video of this girl who got 600 million views on TikTok, and all she did was like a close up of her face and then zoom back, and then she was like lip syncing to a song. And he's like 600 million views. How absurd is that? That's pretty wild. But you know what? That's what people like to see. So, no, that's just what people like to see. You know, that's what people like to watch. But it, you know what? I think, although as ridiculous as this sounds, I think that videos like that get just like absolutely ridiculous of how they get so many views. I think videos like that actually give other YouTubers hope, because it's like, oh, hey, you know, if I'm doing video that's better than that, I can possibly get streamers too, or get viewers too. And it just all depends, like, you know, what kind of content you want to be known for and things like that. But it's just something to think about, you know, like, wow, I spend hundreds of hours painting, hundreds of hours painting in live streams. And that like 10-second video, 5-second video got how many views? All right, so we're gonna paint this up right here. It's gonna go up right around the arm line. And this, I kind of planned out, a little messed up, but this head is behind that one. Oh well. Well, like, you know, it's not, there's nothing wrong with that in itself, that this head is behind it, but it's like, the head is like perfectly behind it, so that, you know, if I was to paint, the head would just barely be peeking through the space. All right, so that's down. That's the first down, the second down. So this needs to come just below that down area. That first section should go to the elbows. That first section goes to the elbows, yeah, pretty much. So this can come down like so. And let's see how we're gonna navigate. This horse looks okay. We're gonna go, but this head's gonna be really hard. This head's gonna just like come up right out here. Gonna come up, this neck pops up a little bit, comes up right there. We're just gonna have like this little face that just barely pops out in front of, barely peeks out in front of everything, and then goes back. And this is gonna come around, and we're gonna have this piece, this like headpiece around here, this Roman headpiece, Roman looking headpiece. And we're not going to see the rest of the headpiece, but that's okay. This is the unusualness of this painting. The unusualness that, you know, not everything necessarily is in. There's things missing. There are pieces that are not there. And that's what we're going for. So that's okay. All right. Now, I might want to change the clothing color, so let me plan this a little better. The horse... Let's make the horse purple. Let's start with the horse first. So the horse is going to be purple. We're going to use this purple as the main coloration idea. The deleters. What? The deleters? What's cursed? I hope you're not talking about this painting. How can you tell what's cursed? What do you know, dude? Tell us. Inform us about what you believe is happening. How did you know? How did you come to this conclusion? Why this painting? Do you know any of those answers? Can you answer these questions for me? You can't just go up to people and say it's cursed. It's a cursed, and then like, you know, not give them any more information, dude. Can't just do that. I mean, you can do whatever you like, but that's not fair. All right, so anyway, I'm gonna be done with this brush. This is a purple brush. This is our purple. Actually, there might be somewhere I can lay some. I could still use this a little bit more, actually, as I should. I'm gonna go up here, add some more purple into there, and then we're gonna add from this line. We're gonna go from the first downward line. We're gonna go right here. All right, well, the deleters did not share any more info, so I have to believe that it's not actually cursed. It's not accursed. So I'm going to clean this off. This brush is going to get cleaned off, and we're going to go with go with this brush. As you can tell, it's a bit frayed, but I'm still going to work with it anyway, just because I love the challenge of working with like different types of frayed brushes and stuff. So if I'm working with a purple, where do I want this color to lean toward? Where do I want this horse to lean toward? Do I want to lean more towards a red purple or a blue purple? And I think because this is red and yellow, I'm going to aim for a blue purple. So that means what I got to do is I got to bring this purple here into our blue. And this is how we're going to create the lighter shade of this. So want more of a blue purple. And this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go into here, right here. There we go. Nice nice purple horse. Anybody ever see a purple horse before? Me neither. I've also never seen a red, totally red human being. So here we go, continuing on with the lights of this horse, the light portions of this horse here. And let's grab some more of this lighter color. I'm gonna go right into the lip right here. This brush is so rough. Look at this. Look at this brush. There's no way you could create a fine point with that. And I just love the challenge of that. I just love the idea that this brush is going to have a mind of its own. It's going to have its own way of doing things. And I have some finer point brushes that I could probably use, but I love this concept of being able to do something perfectly imperfect. So anyway, as we go into here, it's gonna get darker anyway. So I'm gonna add a little bit more dark blue here. As we mix this, it's gonna go. I'm gonna create a shadow. And off we go to the races with the horses. What's going on here? We got, oh yeah, this place has to be a little bit shadowy. That's the that body parts of the figure. What's this? That's the mane. So I want to paint into the mane with maybe a redder purple. So I'm going to paint into the mane, grab a little bit of our pink here. Go with the redder purple. Actually, let's grab some yellow too. Let's see where this takes us. Yellow is going to gray out purple. Why? Why did I not think of that? Oh well, let's go with it. I'm going to go get this mane here. I see a message out of the corner of my eye. It's pretty that Y2 distorts the colors. You would like to see how it looks like live? You know, I would say that no, the colors don't look too different. As far, I mean, that's just my opinion. The colors don't look too different. because I don't have a filter setting right now. I could do a filter setting. Like here, look at the, here's, I'm going to show you different filter settings just for the heck of it. So here's Dream. I'm going to turn on, this is normal. This is Dream. This is Glamour. This is Beam. This is, let me know. Oh, wait, you're not seeing this, are you? So this is Dream. So that's a filter setting. And then this is Glamour. That's another filter setting. It looks very washed out. This is Beam. It's another filter setting. Kind of looks more a little more lasery. Here's another filter setting, 8mm. Oh, look at that. It's very grainy. I love that. It's like we're like making a movie here. Love that. Dawn. It's a little bluer. Everything's a little bit more blue. Docu. Look at that. Docu, everything's like gray and washed out. They don't have the real colors of everything. Sketch. There's a sketch. Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. Oh, you can see the exact outlines and where all the shadows are. That's pretty neat, huh? Look at that. That's pretty cool setting. I like that. But as far as normal, let me think. I don't think it's too different. I mean, you're not missing out, is what I'm trying to say. The only thing that would really look different, I think, is when you're looking at this up close. So let me just bring this closer. Like, from a distance, this part right here, from a distance, when you're looking at it really small, if anything, it's not the colors as much as it is, I think, the size, the scale of everything. Because from a distance, on this scale of this small screen, this really looks like a body. Like, it looks like a fleshy tone, as if you're looking at someone's skin, and all the colors, like you got the reds and the blues and like all the veins just kind of like mold together onto the soft skin from a distance, right? When it's small. But when it's up close, you can really see the brushes, and it kind of changes that look, that effect. I think that's the real, as far as distortion goes. I don't think it's so much the colors that are being distorted. Maybe a little bit. Maybe the HD is making it a little bit like more sharp, but the general idea is still there. I'm using like I'm using good oil paints, so the majority of these colors are gonna be, you're gonna see. But it's the tightening of the details, like making the details much smaller, which is really gonna change the overall what you're seeing versus what I'm seeing. Which is why I'm constantly like looking back here to see, because sometimes getting like, you know, squinting your eyes or like making it look smaller can help you see what other people might see from a distance. Because, you know, whenever someone's like looking at a painting, very rarely does anyone like really get this close, right? Like they don't really get that close. They're probably standing at least like 3 feet away, 2 or 3 feet, you know. So I think that's like a good distance. But when I'm painting, I'm usually like 2 feet. You know, I can breathe on this. So yeah, you can definitely see some of the errors when you're up closer. Or, you know, you wouldn't call them errors. I would call them happy accidents. It's different. It's just different. But yeah, I don't have a filter. I'm not using a filter. This is just normal setting here. I mean, I have filters. I'm not using filters for my paintings as far as when I live stream goes. I guess I could. I do like these filters. Those are some cool filters. I've never even tried those, honestly. As far as YouTube filter goes, I've never tried those filters before. That's the first time. So that's pretty interesting. I liked it. But let's see. But. We got this main here. Maybe I'll color this main the same color in here as well. Check out this other painting that I'm also making at the same time. I really like it. So this is a painting that, so instead of cleaning off my brushes every single time and just wiping all the paint off, I'm making this extra painting here where I, put the excess paint onto this, and I think I'm gonna call this painting 1,000 paintings. That is an artwork too. I really like it. Yeah. That is also an art piece, and I'm sure I'm not the first person. Most people, I think, use their palettes for that type of stuff, and I think at some level, every artist that does that on their palettes will probably hope that their palettes are worth something one day. But rather than a palette, and rather than letting my paint go to waste, because I waste a lot of paint. If I didn't have this, I would be wasting a lot of paint. Like, my paint would literally just go into the cleaner, disappear, and then wiped off on a cloth. But with this, I waste less paint, and I get to create something interesting, because I really like this a lot. But that's for sale, if anybody wants it. Anyway, let's go, I think it's good to as an artist, to try to offer everything that you have for sale. Why not, right? When you die, you're not going to be able to bring your paintings with you. Okay, so got this horse here, got some of these features. Let's get into the human now. I'm not going to keep using this brush because it's just too big for what I'm trying to do. As much as I love experimenting with brushes that are oversized, there's a difference between oversized and having the brushes too far splayed apart. So I need to go back to a smaller brush here. And let's go. Let's do a brush that I haven't used in a while. I'm going to use this. Use this brush. Nice little filbert. So this brush that I'm about to use is a really small filbert brush. So here's the size of my thumb. That's my thumb. As you can see, it's about the size of a thumbnail. But it's a filbert, which means it's a little rounded at the top, which means it can help you to guide along and work around edges much better. But it's also small enough that I think it suits what I need to do. So he has armor on. What color should I make that armor? I don't want to make it gold. I'm gonna give him. Hi. Let's give him, what would go good? Let's give him some red. Red? Yeah, we're gonna go with red again. No, there's so much red right here. Let's give him some green armor. Some green-blue armor. So let's mix this green, mix with this blue here. We're just gonna give him some armor. And add some of this white. Let's see. No, actually, no, this would be a good color. And Here we go. Painting in with this green here. Getting his like outside clothes. Amazing. Thanks so much, SF. How are you doing today, SF? What brings you into this part of the world? This part of the YouTube world today. And let's see, his hands, what's going on here? He's got his arm, and he's got some hands right here, so this really should only come down right about here. And now, what would go good with green? Let's go with this, actually, let's go with this dark burnt sienna here. And we're gonna add this, we're gonna give his outfit give this outfit SF, so does that mean you're from San Francisco? San Francisco is a great city. I love San Francisco. Wonderful, wonderful city. People have a chance to visit there. I highly recommend it. Good old SF. Kosovo, study photography in high school, and then you're at the faculty. Oh, cool, you're faculty, you're a teacher, huh? That's amazing. Amazing that you're a teacher. Well, welcome, teachers. Everybody is welcome here. And let's see, so we got this red, we still got this red. Let's just add some of this red into our hair here. Okay, that didn't really work out. But we're gonna use this red just to blend in and add a variety of color. And let's see how this goes. Just to add some more color to this horse here. Oh, I like how this extra color's turning out. Instead of being all monochrome, with each figure being all monochrome. But we'll see. Do I know where Kosovo is located? The only thing I know about where Kosovo is located is that I'm guessing it's in Eastern Europe. Kosovo? Kosovo, is that a country, or is that in yeah, I don't know. Alexa, where's Kosovo?
According to Wikipedia, Kosovo, officially the Republic of Kosovo, is a partially recognized state and disputed territory in southeastern Europe. Kosovo is landlocked in the center of the Balkans. It is bordered by the uncontested territory of Serbia to the north and east, North Macedonia to the southeast, Albania to the southwest, and Montenegro to the west. Did that answer your question?
Alexa, yes. All right. Well, Alexa answered it.
Thanks for your
So,
feedback.
wow. Okay. Well, Kosovo sounds like a very interesting country. It says, you know, the fact that it's contested and it is landlocked between such interesting countries as Serbia and Macedonia. You don't hear much about Macedonia, do you? Or I don't. I don't hear much about Macedonia. All right, let's go for some skin color now. I need a flesh tone. None of my flesh tones are ever just regular flesh tones on these paintings. So that's interesting. What's going on in Kosovo right now? Alexa, what's the biggest news in Kosovo right now?
Here's the news.
Alexa, what's the news in Kosovo right now?
From Press Association on October 7, 2024, Kosovo's government said on Monday it would lift a ban on the entry of products from Serbia at one border crossing, 16 months after it halted imports to prevent what it said could be hidden shipments of weapons for
Alexa off. Wow, that's really serious. So they're gonna ban shipments from Serbia? That's scary. Is that what's happening in Kosovo right now? Just weapons? Weapon issues? I'm sure there's gotta be more going on than that. Surely Alexa gave me the most serious news. That was very serious stuff, Alexa. You can just give me something lighthearted like the Kosovo president went golfing or something. So it's after midnight, huh? Well, thank you for being here after midnight. I hope that I can entertain you until you're ready to fall asleep. You know, painting is probably one of those activities that's like perfect to watch if you're just trying to fall asleep. Because surely you're going to get bored at some point and you're going to be like, yo, I'm ready to go to bed now. If you want to go to sleep, watch somebody paint. Watch somebody paint somebody. And here we go. We're going to add some shadow right into here, where the shadow goes. And then we're going to go yellow here. Go yellow on this leg. And then some yellow into the face now. How often do I do lives? It depends. Sometimes I go on streaks where I do like lives like every day for like a week or two, but then sometimes I don't do as well. And then I'll do like a live like once a week. But I would say on average, if I had to average out all the lives that I've done, I would say like 4 times a week since I started doing live stream paintings. I would say that I probably average like 4 times a week. But actually, with the holidays coming up, I'm probably not going to be able to stream as much because I'm going to be going on vacation. Yeah, but I could probably go on live more often. It's just I usually only do my lives when I paint. Just haven't really gotten into the groove of doing them when I'm not painting. But I finished 3 figures today. Let's see, I did this one, started on this one, finished that one, and did I work on anything else? Oh yeah, I did a couple bits on this. So yeah, here we go. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna come back, rework some of these 3 other pieces, and then do another one. But for now, let's go wipe this paint off this brush. And I'm gonna actually call it a night. I might be back later, actually. You never know. You never know if I get into the mood to paint again later, but definitely need a food break right now. It's been a couple hours. But thanks for tuning in from Kosovo. And I don't know where you're from, Anka. You don't have to tell me. Your privacy is important. But yeah, so thank you either way, wherever you're from. I'm putting my lids on. Putting some of my paintings down. Thank you, Anka. Appreciate it. All right. By the way, I use this Masterson palette. So this is a sealable palette. I'm sure y'all saw me trying to close this. It's supposed to create an almost airtight seal. It's not totally airtight, but what it does is it helps to keep your paints dry or wet a little longer. Which with acrylic you probably won't use anything like this because no matter what it's going to dry. But with oil paints, you can double, triple, or even quadruple the amount of time that your oil paint lasts, which is fantastic. Especially if you it doesn't matter so much if you're like painting every day, because if you paint every day you don't really have to worry about your paints drying. Oil paint takes a little while, but if you paint like just a few times a week, or you never know, like the day after, you get like a day after can sometimes affect your paint. But anyway, enough technical stuff. Let's all go I'm gonna take a break right now. Thanks everybody for being here. Have a great day.